Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? My mic was doing things for some reason. Sorry about that. I didn't notice. Thanks for the heads up. Thanks for the heads up, Eric. Nope. I can hear you very loud. Sorry. Is this better now? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. How about this? Gumin. Okay, we need to get here. Okay, is this better now? Sorry about that. Better? Nice, nice. Sorry for the very late start. Bonnie's sister decided to stay here. And you can imagine how that is. So, how you doing? How is the weekend treating you? Do you have any plans or just gonna take it easy? For me, I had to go out yesterday and I was in situ for some of the collapsed buildings next town over. Might have a cookout with some friends. Nice, Eric. Nice, nice. TLDR. Hola coneja, ¿cómo está? Apenas ayer me enteré del terremoto. Hola Asha, ¿cómo estás? Qué bueno tenerte por acá. It's been a while. Your absence is notorious. I'm gonna say this in Spanish because now that I have a Spanish speaker now I can say this in Spanish properly. I can say this in Spanish properly. Entonces, first for Asha and anyone and any Spanish speaker listening, and then I'll TLDR in English what I said. Asha, ¿puedes creer? Mi hermana terminó ella terminó llegando a pasar la noche acá. Y se puso a alegar porque le está diciendo que el pendejo del rey rata anterior, del presidente anterior, uno estaba tratando de volarse y tres cosas. Una, todas las intenciones de volarse, de evitar accountability. Dos, no mostrando ningún tipo de sensibilidad o consideración, considerando debido a la situación del terremoto. Y tres, y mucho más grave, dándole órdenes a uno de sus funcionarios que de milagro aún estaba en su posición de rechazar las ayudas internacionales. Y viene y Bonnie Sister me sale con la falacia de falsa equivalencia. Estamos en una crisis y hablas de eso. Y dijo que tenía síndrome de Santa Elena cuando traté de explicarle qué era el síndrome de Santa Elena. So, in English. And she's gonna hear this, but whatever. Basically, she chided me because I'm admitted to the tinfoil, but the thing is that we just changed basically administration, so to say. So to say, we just changed the administration, and the previous guy and his cabinet, his people stole money. Lots and lots and lots from it. They ransacked, and among the funds or the money they stole from, it's from the Unidad de Gestión de Riesgos y Desastres, or the Disaster and Risk Management Unit, which is basically like it is a unit that basically addresses and manages, well, like the name says, disasters and risks and stuff. And it has a fund to tend to, well, disasters. And the previous administration fucking ransacked that fund. They did. I'm being a bit hyperbolic with saying they left nothing. There was still money, but they fucking absolutely destroyed the almost emptied the risk, the fund for management for emergency and disaster management. He estado muy ocupado, justo ando regresando de un viaje ahorita y mi internet en el camión está horrible. Sí medio oí de lo de que rechazó ayuda, solo espero que al menos ustedes no se la hayan. No, here's the story. I gotta explain this. Initially it made news around the world that the new administration was rejecting international help, which is outrageous. It did. International help was being rejected, yes, but that was not. Espero no se hayan pasado muy mal. Tengo buen delay en stream. Gracias, Sasha. Pues sí estuvo el susto y todo. Y Lord Bonnie, ¿sí te viste en Coraje el perro cobarde cuando están en un crucero y justo está de, no señor, no me moveré de esta silla? Así era Lord Bonnie. No señor, no me moveré de este apartamento. But anyway, what I was saying, yes, like international aid was being rejected, yes, but it was not this current administration, mind you. Turns out that a guy that from the previous administration, very close to the thankfully now former president, was still the head of said emergency Emergency and Disaster Management Unit, and he was the one that wrote the letter rejecting aid from international aid. Was that good? No. Fuck. Turns out that he was the one that wrote and sent the letter to the counselor, la Cancillería, basically the international affairs stuff, to reject this guy from the previous administration. Basically, without any orders on his fucking well, not quite in his own accord, but basically this fucking rogue guy from the previous administration that somehow was still there was the one that wrote the letter rejecting international aid, because we supposedly had what we needed to tend to the emergency. Oh, it was a good shot. So no, it was basically a rogue employee from the previous administration. Not just that, it's I will say that on his own volition, but it wasn't. I wouldn't say he has volition, but because as the rumblings go, it seems that the former president, the former rat king, was the one that gave him the order to reject international aid. Ah, okay, my bad. Improper ammo, okay, noted. My bad. Continue. Mi mamá es lo contrario a Lord Bonnie. Ella siente tantito movimiento y exige dormir en la calle 2 días por medio a réplica. Bonnie Sister es así. Ella que es más panicosa. She's so panicky. Bueno, en español, básicamente sí, resulta que sí estaban rechazando las ayudas, pero no fue una decisión, no fue una decisión de la nueva administración. Eso fue de un empleado de gobierno de la administración anterior que, según dicen, el RUNUR recibió órdenes del expresidente de rechazar ayuda internacional. Y no solo eso, el lavado de cerebro del tipo y las pelotas para salir a decir que en redes sociales, cuando publicaron la carta diciendo que no se acepte ayuda de agentes internacionales sin estar certificados, salió a decir en redes que no, están tratando de utilizar, es la desinformación, están tratando de utilizar esa carta para justificar el ingreso de tropas de Israel al país. Entonces, el tipo básicamente estaba diciendo que o estaba utilizando que la gente estaba tratando de justificar que lo que hizo fue para evitar una invasión de Israel al país. So, in English, basically the guy the rogue government employee that was blocking help from going into the country, when the letter he wrote was published, where it was him telling the international affairs office to not receive international aid. He then went, when people called him out on it, he went on social media to say that they're using his letter to justify the invasion of Israeli troops into the country. He actually was saying that he was stopping an Israeli invasion by blocking international aid from coming in. Jaguar, Doko. Pero que ganan con rechazar la ayuda, o sea, me haría más sentido que intentara pretender que él la está trayendo, pero las políticas de bolsonaro es fantástico para mí. Para hacer quedar mal a la nueva administración. To make the new administration look bad. Basically, to make it look like it was the new administration, the one that said they were not receiving any help, and making them look bad. Mind you, this is not the first time that Petro's administration has rejected international aid. We had some floods and mudslides in a place called Cordoba, and the United States offered help in both resources and rescue teams. And Petro said, nope, we don't need your help. We're fine here. He rejected help from the United States because the Empire Orange Man bad. They totally have a fucking track of rejecting help if it's from people they don't like. And keep in mind and remember, this is the guy that basically almost emptied our funds, our like disaster and emergency funds, or rather rainy day funds. And on top of that, he sent absolutely no fucking help and did nothing to help the people in Cordoba during those floods. He did nothing. Everything that was done was by the local government. He did nothing. So not only didn't he send any help. So not only didn't he send any help, he stole the money that was destined for it, and refused to let other people help just because he didn't like them. He stole. He blocked. He refused to help and blocked the help. That's the story. He stole the help, he refused to help, and blocked other people's attempts at help. No ayuda, se robó la ayuda y bloqueó la ayuda. Asha tendrá... Si llego a hablar más de esto, va a tener mucho más sentido para ti si te digo que no lo veas como realismo mágico, sino míralo desde la perspectiva de alguien excesivamente narcisista que lo único que le importa es su imagen y que busca validación constante de todo el mundo. Así de simple. Cuando tomas eso en cuenta, cuando tienes en cuenta eso, todo lo que hace y dice el cokehead ese hace mucho más sentido. In English, basically, all of this makes sense when you remember that this is a cokehead, paranoid, narcissistic guy. the only thing he really worries is about himself, his image, and everyone fucking felating him. No one can outshine him. Everyone must always be sucking him up and making him look bad, or even questioning him in any way is seen as a serious narcissistic threat / injury. Once you keep that in mind, the shit he says and does makes a lot more sense. So, while I refuse to use politics in light of this tragedy, given all of this that happened, this is actually kind of related, because the guy is trying to make it about himself again. Not only is he trying to make it about himself, he is also trying to stop other people from helping or doing their jobs. Gato, where's the gato? Damn, he's close. But where? I don't know if I got my point across with that. I try to avoid these issues, but given that Bonnie's sister treated me, that Bonnie's sister exploring at me because I told her like the guy was actively hurting in the middle of this shit, even if indirectly, and then saying that I had St. Helen syndrome when I was explaining her what that was it's pretty juicy from her part. Context: St. Helen syndrome is what they call, like, when retired or like when retired presidents or people in important charges like that keep acting as if they are in charge of things. And the name comes from Napoleon being exiled to St. Helen, and while he was there, he kept writing laws and like writing edicts and giving orders as if he was still the emperor. I mean, he obviously wasn't, but he kept acting and doing stuff as if he was. The previous president is doing that exactly. The guy is officially had the official title of former, but he's still trying to give orders to the Navy and the emergency and risks management unit as if he was still the guy in charge. And to give you an idea, he first gave orders to the Unidad de Gestión de Riesgo, the emergency and disaster unit. I keep changing the names, but you get the idea. That he gave the orders on Twitter because he always did everything for fucking Twitter. He was terminally online. Then he implies that the earthquake happened because of climate change. Some pretentious things like the earth roars, but who's listening? Kind of bullshit like that. I'm 14 and this is deep. tier kind of stuff. Oh, and giving orders to his one employee that was still at his at his spot at his post, and tell him to actively block and hinder international aid coming to the country. It's a clusterfuck. It is. Well, I have the people tell him to fuck off, to him and to all his... Laura? Gracias, Sasha. Thankfully now international aid is coming in. As soon as it kinda went viral, all the current administration found out this motherfucker was blocking international aid on his end. He was immediately sacked from his spot. The reason was still there was because the current administration hadn't had the time to set up a replacement for him. But as soon as that happened, they removed him and brought a new guy in, and now all the stuff is now all the international aid is coming in. By the way, the random blame Israel thing, that is a very thing from the previous president. He unironically thinks Israel is after him because he supports Palestine. He will get along well with Hassan. Again, it is within the man. He is a narcissist with paranoid tendencies and a hypercognitive style. And as a good narcissist, and as a good paranoid narcissist, he thinks everything is about him, and he needs everything to be about him, and wants everything to be about him. And if anyone isn't about him, or simply dislikes him, that means they are out there to get him. I really should do that stream talking about him because he's a prime low cow. That also translates to the people that follow him and that blindly, god damn it, where is it? And that ride him as hard as they do.
Disaster Relief Fund from the International Vtuber Simp Corps.
Sasha, gracias. Muchas gracias, Sasha. De verdad no tenías que hacerlo, y en especial porque te doy la bienvenida con mi rant de política, pero gracias. Muchas gracias, Sasha, de verdad. Muchas gracias. I don't know. Well, no, I do know. Would serfs be interested? I talk about this guy, but in lolcow terms. I could make a PowerPoint. Oh, bye. I could make a PowerPoint and getting some long notes because oh my fucking god, there's so much shit with this fucking retard. Thank god he's gone. Some of the things he has said that we could import gas through the electric wiring system from Panama, constantly or repeatedly talking about sex on national open TV during very important government meeting things weekly, and this was weekly. He wanted it to and he wanted it to be bi-weekly, and he also wanted to force everyone to watch his retarded rants until basically the Constitutional Court. Well, I don't think it was the Constitutional Court, but basically the other branches told him you can't force anyone to watch your retarded cokehead ramblings. Limit your because he used we had a system that when an emergency or the president wants to address the public directly, like TV programming is interrupted and both private and public channels transmit this message. He was abusing this, mind you. This was only used for very, very important things. It was an emergency. So if you heard the national anthem and the president going live, you knew that this was serious. He abused this for all the fucking 4 years he was in. 4 years. 4 years. He fucking used the emergency broadcast system to force everyone to watch his super duper important government reunions that lasted 6 to 7 hours, and 3 to 4 hours of that were basically his incoherent ramblings about anything other than the shit he was supposed to talk about. And among those things, lots of inappropriate talk about sex, inappropriate talk about trying to justify that being drunk is a good thing. Importing gas through the electric system from Panama. I guess I can say this in Spanish. I told you, like, how he called his diversity minister a knee on national TV. With all the shenanigans, I can't believe he still has supporters. Brainwashing. A lot of young people during the elections that got him, elected, got basically indoctrinated. And later investigations revealed that urban coming terrorist cells focused on not only causing riots, but also indoctrinating young people. They are basically brainwashed. They cannot be cured. Well, there is a cure in the form of a little bullet-shaped thingy made with lead. But basically, these are indoctrinated. So even if you present them with facts and everything he's done, they'll justify it or simply ignore it. Oh yeah, he called en Spanish dijo, ningún negro me va a decir que no puedo nombrar a un actor porno como viceministro o algo así. O más o menos iba así. So in English I will translate as, no knee will tell me what to do. On national TV, prime time too. Yes, the N word. He called his he called his diversity minister, because that's a position he also invented during his term. No, don't translate it. Don't translate. I didn't say it. Está bien. But I had to get as close to saying it just to drive the point across of what he said. But you are supposed to be charismatic to brainwash people. This guy is just an idiot because he didn't do the brainwashing himself. He didn't do the brainwashing himself. Basically, he did it. In fact, he actually did nothing except steal money and steal credit. The guy is the embodiment of stolen valor. He never did anything. As a good narcissist, basically he gave the orders, and everyone had to do what he said, as he said, when he said, and how he said. And if they did it well, he did it. But if they failed or committed some mistake, that was them. He never did anything. He basically just gave orders and expect everyone else to do it. To do it, and if they managed to do it, he basically took the credit for himself. Again, he is a narcissist, and I'm not saying like people call narcissists throw words like out in the air like they mean nothing. This is a textbook narcissist. He can't do no wrong. He actually believes he can't do no wrong. And everything good, or if you can call it that, like you can count on half a hand the good things he did. It was him, but everything bad in his administration is everybody else's fault. That is a textbook narcissist. So yeah, he didn't even do the brainwashing. It was pretty much everyone else around him doing the brainwashing and the gay ops in social media to promote him too. That's just I mean, most presidents are kind of like that. They just have a bunch of people working for them. But yeah, no, this guy is a borderline lunatic. Pero Asha, el asunto es que el tipo realmente no hizo nada. Literalmente todo su trabajo se lo delegó a alguien más. Pero él daba las órdenes y él ni siquiera se preocupaba si las órdenes que dio se cumplían o no. Solamente quería los resultados. Si eran buenos, el trabajo lo hizo él. Y si son malos, el trabajo era de ellos. Es una cosa cuando es política, pero esto ya no es de política regular. Esto es simplemente narcisismo e incompetencia. Do you have hopes for the new guy? He's a bit of a clown, admittedly. He's a showman. During his campaign, he put quite a bit of a spectacle, but I don't have clairvoyance. My clairvoyance skill. In these few days he's been in, he's already doing a fuck ton more than Petro ever did. He is actually focused on the tending to the emergency and coordinating everything right now, which is more than what fucking Petro did during the Córdoba disaster. Petro literally did fucking nothing. He did not send help, he stole the help, and he blocked the help. The fact that Abelardo is at least coordinating aid and trying to assess the situation is already miles more than what fucking Petro ever did. That's just politics for you? Everything that needs to be fixed was done by the guy before him. That's where the problem lies. That's the general rule of thumb for politics. Fuck things up for the next guy while you pretend to fix issues caused by the guy before you? Exactly. When I was in Boy Scouts, the rule of thumb was to leave no trace. Take nothing but photographs, leave nothing but footprints. Guys in politics, take everything that isn't bolted down, leave nothing of value. Here's the thing, for Asha and for Eric, here's the thing. Even barely a month before his term was over, Petro was still blaming the previous administration for shit that was clearly his fault. Again, textbook narcissist. He can't do no wrong, and nothing is his fault. Even just like at fucking Portas of ending his term, he kept blaming the previous administration. Again, textbook narcissist. That guy literally cannot. You cannot expect introspection or self-awareness from a narcissist. Oh, and now that you say that, take everything that is bolted down, mind you, you're going to love this. You are going to love this. First, Petro's government was the first left-wing government we ever had in 200 years of history. First left-wing administration, period. And they were the ones that stole the most. Drug production skyrocketed. Safety and security went to like levels that we didn't have since the 90s. Basically safety, terrorism, narco traffic, and just the general safety went through the floor. It hadn't been this unsafe since the 90s. We had our first presidential candidate assassinations in like 30 years. And also, they fucking started stealing things from Casa de Nariño, which is basically our White House. Stole the most, yeah. These Petro and his motherfuckers, they actually started stealing antiques and historical valuables from Casa de Nariño. That's basically like working for Trump or Obama and stealing shit from there. The new administration, Abelardo's administration, said that he was going to do an inventory list of the stuff that Casa de Nariño had, because apparently there were stuff getting lost. Art, antiques, even furniture. They said they were gonna tally what they had, because shit was going missing. Days, like in the couple of weeks, 2 days before Petro's administration was over. First time the left is in power, and the first fucking time they're actually stealing shit from our White House, basically. Well, there goes the future for the left in Boneland. Thank God. Hopefully this serves as a lesson. But you'd be surprised, there's still quite a few brainwashed by them. So the left is gonna still vote to the left because they are brainwashed into it. They're not gonna vote any different. Yeah, Kaji, they stole the most. The thing is that with the previous governments, yeah, they stole quite a bit, but at least shit still worked to a degree. With the left, not only they stole, they didn't manage any. They didn't manage shit. In fact, they stole so much that shit just couldn't function. With the right, they stole, but at least they knew about the whole thing, not killing the golden egg goose thing. They at least had a bit of a balance. I saw a lot of Latin American right, so it's very sad that Petro lost because he was carrying their shows with all his shenanigans. Oh yeah. Hola Moe Lurker. Por cierto, Asha, Moe Lurker es de Argentina. Habla español. Was the town you are on hit hard by the quake? No. The town I mean wasn't hit too hard. We did felt the earthquake pretty hard, but we're next to one of the towns that got hit hard and one of the main cities in Colombia. I've actually debated if I should do this because honestly I think it would be in bad taste, but I had to go out yesterday. I had to go out to run some errands regarding Bonnie Mama surgery, and I had to go to one of the, and the surgery was supposed to be in the town, the big town that got affected by the earthquake, and I actually had to walk past some of the collapsed buildings, and I even passed next to one of the places where they were still having rescue operations. Though here in like one of the in the fancier mall here where I'm at right now, the supermarket, the roof did collapse, and I think the elevator also collapsed or had damages. There have been guys in politics who are genuinely there to help people and improve the lives of the people they serve, but for the most part, 99% of them is just thieves and predators. My heart breaks for the people who have been hit by these awful earthquakes lately. Gracias, Eric. Thank you, Eric. But yes, I basically had to. Bonnie's sister was worried because I was basically in an area with risk for more building collapses and whatnot. So I had to go through the area, and I actually got some pictures. But again, I'm not sure if it, or rather, I feel like it'd be in poor taste if I show them. There isn't anything like very gory or graphic, but you know, given the circumstances, I also feel like, I don't know, kind of feels I wanna show it, but also kind of know that maybe it could be in bad taste. Oof, man, when big quakes happen in Mexico, those can go on for weeks. We have found people that survived for days under the rubble. Mexico or California are next. Damn. Bonnie's sister. I think Bonnie's sister is a bit more like my Imoko to my Yanineko, but instead of being a cute cat girl, but she is a lot more annoying and judgmental. It's like if you took Imoko, but then mixed her with Lisa from The Simpsons, but late season Lisa, the insufferable Lisa. Not the Lisa we all know and love, but the insufferable one, kinda like that. Nah, let Japan and C get some action. Copy. Ah, damn it. He can smell me. Indonesia got a big one just the other day. Yeah, they did. My heart goes to them. The earth is moving quite a bit lately. Oh, come on, move. Ish. I think I got it. Shake California off into the ocean already. We're sick of it being attached to us. I think Turtleman is from there. At least let Turtleman get out of California first. Did I get it? Yes. Your sister went to stay with you just to be close in case something happened again? Maybe. It's a long weekend here, so I guess she got some time, yeah. Oh, got it. Fuck, come on. I'm sorry, Eric. I know you like your cappies. Damn it, bad shot. She's likely hearing me rant about all of this, but you know what? Fuck it. I'll do it. Hear me! He can bolt and get out beforehand, I hope. Yes. Hey, California is nice. I just got back from there. Let them be. Oh! Fuck. If you kill something... Holy shit! He almost killed me! At least I could fight. Hey, I got a gold! How are you? I told you. At least he didn't one-shot me. I've noticed that if you kill something, if there is a predator nearby, it aggroes them. My bad. He got me, but I got him. I was in LA with my brother a little while ago. I don't know if I've ever been to a worse place in my whole life. Northern California is beautiful, at least. There are jaguars in Perú. ¡Claro! Los jaguares están en el Amazonas. Perú tiene Amazonas. ¿Será que estoy hablando muy duro? Maybe I'm talking a bit too loud? Sorry. Yeah. Hey! Let's go. I've barely made it out alive though. Oh, and yeah, I say Northern California, never been south of Monterrey. The Bay Area needs to be nuked. The Bay Area needs to be nuked. Full stop. Oh fuck. We got another one. I don't think I'm gonna survive it, so let me get to the outlook point and then to a camp. But yes, going back because I think I went in a tangent. Bonnie sister, I explained to you guys what the Saint Helen syndrome was, and Bonnie's sister told me, yeah, just like you. Like, what? Yeah, just like you. The guy isn't in power anymore. He's out of the country. Why do you keep talking about him? Because one, he's still trying to insert himself in whatever's happening here, but at the same time trying to make it about him. And two, let's remember that we couldn't assess the emergency proper because he and his cronies nearly emptied the disaster and emergency fund. But how the fuck would I have Saint Helen syndrome? I've never been in power. All right. Home. There we go. She didn't use the word, but she also pretty much called me a tinfoil, which, okay, I am a tinfoil. I'm not even ashamed, or I'm not even ashamed of it. But my tinfoil is very accurate, mind you. Come, kitty, 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 kitty. Oh, I didn't check how I shot that jaguar. Damn. Ven, gatito. Oh, fuck. Come on. Stay as far away from SoCal as you can. Santa Cruz is nice, though. Alright. Oh, man. Kitty. Kitty, kitty. You gotta play something where you rule over people to prove her wrong. Age of Empires? He's gonna kill me. Up. Ah, okay, he's left. A trophy missed, but hey. At least I'm safe. Even if it is full of fucking hippies, was thinking more like Tropico, you can do a petrol run. That's actually a pretty good idea, Asha. I didn't think about it. But then I don't live very far from Asheville, North Carolina. I know all about hippies. No, but that's no. What I meant is that she basically told me I had Saint Helen syndrome, just to shut me up, and call me a teamful and hit me with the false equivalency false equivalence fallacy. Like, we're in a crisis after an earthquake and you're talking about that? Yes, that doesn't mean I don't worry about the crisis. I know that it is being handled and we're getting all the help we could possibly get. But that doesn't mean or rather, you cannot keep track of the guy that basically emptied the emergency, basically emptied our rainy day piggy bank, and is blaming the previous and new administration for it. What's more, the guy that was actively trying to sabotage international aid from coming to the country. Maybe she is a closeted Petro stan? Likely, very likely, if not that. Though to me it sounded more like she preferred the doom scrolling of watching the earthquake aftermath than the doom scrolling over the guy that nearly made everything worse get away. Another thing to add to that, by the way, that before I forget it, not only did he stole all that money, but Petro is very proud that he quote unquote paid our international debt, paid the country's debt. But you know how he did it? He did it by getting us into a bigger debt with astronomical rates. What's even more, he basically took loans with exorbitant rates to pay for the other debt. And what's worse is that basically he did this like quite a fucking lot before, like barely a month or just a very little time before his term was over. You know what that does? He basically took the loan. He's likely gone. He and his cabinet likely stole most, if not all, of that money, and they are leaving the tab for the new administration. Basically, they took all, and they don't pay. The tab is on the new administration. We are not on a outrageous deficit. So before they left, they took loans and stole as much as they could, and left the tab and the fiscal black hole for the new administration to deal with. Loans from who? Loaners? Different entities, basically. In the name of the country, by the way. So basically, he's dumping the tab onto everyone. Initially, they did it to fund the campaign for Petro's chosen successor, Iván Cepeda. But once he lost the elections and the campaign nosedived, they basically kept doing it just to steal that money and left the tab for the new administration. It's a win-win for them. They get the money and they fuck over their opposition that beat them in the elections. Different entities that give loans. It doesn't matter to who, Asha. The important thing is that he paid our debt by getting us into a bigger debt. The thing with Bonnie's sister is that I think she fucking ate the whole cult of personality and internet gay ops to raise his to improve his image and indoctrinating people. She fell for the cult of personality and the social campaign online social campaign brain rot gay ops, but she won't admit it. To pay the international debt with loans from private people, companies is insane. Yeah. Bonnie's sister fell for the whole cult of personality and the internet gay ops. And it was confirmed that Russia got involved in his fucking election, and that not only helped with the whole internet campaign, internet gay ops thing, also with funds. It's also looking like Hamas and the Iranian regime also funded his campaign. Well, it doesn't look like they did fund his campaign. Actually, he got a good chunk of his campaign funding came from commie narco-terrorists, terrorist dictatorships, and Hamas. Unfortunately, it's so easy to fall for that kind of thing. To be fair, being a denizen of image boards, being a denizen of image boards kinda taught me how to spot the gay ups. It turned me into a teen foil, but becoming a teen foil actually helped me in the long run. Certain you can guess which boards got that from. Sacar tarjeta de crédito para pagar la otra tarjeta de crédito. Edición presidencial. Ya. My camera was doing something funny over there. By the way, I got a new phone stand because the one I was using was driving me crazy. This one is a lot better. Obviously, Bonnie was a CGL poster. Iron Bob! Hola! But yes, ironically, being a fucking bored lurker kinda taught me how to spot the gay ups. It turned me into a tinfoil, yeah, but hey, the tinfoil actually worked. Hello, Bonnie. Hey, Jeff. Hell, if I do have that stream about that presidential lol cow stream, you'll just get to see how deep my tinfoil goes. Maybe I'll go a bit into my predictions. By the way, the Hamas thing, it's not me throwing shit out of the woodwork. Petro is a fervent supporter of Hamas, and the commie terrorist group he was a part of, M19, was trained by Hamas. So he's very much a Hamas sympathizer, and Hamas at some point thanked Petro for his support. Don't believe me? Look it up. And as for funding from the Iranian regime, he actually invited the Iranian vice president to his to the ceremony when he became president 4 years ago. He invited the Iranian vice president, just as in Iran, the whole protest about the murder of the murder of a girl happened because she didn't have the veil. He actually invited the guy while there were protests, and it was that thing in Iran was going on again where they were killing women for showing their hair. Bonnie with the Nostradamus theorems. Okay, I need to sleep. Okay, I need to sleep. Oh, my health, right. I don't wanna die. Let's go to the next day. Hell, I have a tinfoil theory that Not sure I can share. Not sure I can share. But you'd be surprised with the stuff you find with just a little digging and connecting the dots. Oh, come on, share it. But I will need to actually set up a PowerPoint for the events to unfold, because it's pretty long. But and again, I don't want to show my power levels, but I can say this. So, not sure if you remember or know this, but Gustavo Petro became the first president in office to be put into the OFAC list, also known as the Clinton list. What is the OFAC list? You know what? I'm gonna put up Google Google here. Give me a second. There we go. Yes. So, what is the OFAC list? You have gone pretty deep into it already. Oh, I have not gotten in deep into it already, Asha. I was just brushing things. But here it is. Okay, let's start with getting me into the base, because I fear a black caiman is gonna attack me. Never be near the water. Unless you're armed, that is. There we go. First, some context. What is the OFAC list? The OFAC, reading here from Google, the OFAC list is a collection of trade and economic sanctions lists managed by the U.S. by the U.S. Department of the Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control. It targets individuals, groups, companies, and countries involved in terrorism, drug trafficking, or threats to national security. U.S. persons are banned from doing business with them, and their assets are frozen. Type of lists. SDN list. The specially designated nationals and blocked persons list includes specific people, groups, and blocked ships or planes. Consolidated sanctions list gathers non-SDN lists targeting specific sectors, foreign sanctions evaders, or financial institutions. Who and what is affected? Individuals, terrorists, drug lords, and targeted foreign leaders. Entities, blocked banks, front companies, and state-owned firms. Compliance. Businesses use the sanctions list search tool to screen customers and avoid heavy fines. So, here in Colombia, we know it as the Clinton list. Why? Because this list was created by the one Clinton to, again, put the, as the list say, to sanction or put like a person of interest list for people involved with drug trafficking and terrorism. It was created in the 90s specifically because of Colombia by Clinton. So Petro became the first president in seat to be included in the list. So in theory, on paper, let's read what this says. Like, U.S. persons are banned from doing business with them, and their assets are frozen. So, on paper, basically no US person can like do business with these people. They cannot give money, they cannot buy from them, they cannot let them buy from them, nothing, nada, zero, sealed. On practice, this basically absolutely cock blocks from the economic system in the entire world. Because if they found that, like, you as a US citizen cannot do business with people in this list, but that also includes American companies, and you know that a good chunk of the big companies nowadays are owned by Americans or have Americans in their boards and whatnot. Yeah, that's not really good. So in practice, this basically fucking cock blocks you internationally from the entire fucking world. Because hey, this cock blocks you from economically from the entire fucking world. Your money, your assets, your properties, everything will get frozen. Because say, like, for example, Petro literally cannot travel outside of the country. He cannot buy a plane ticket because selling him a plane ticket is doing business with him, and that will incur the airplane, like the travel agencies or the airplane agencies and stuff doing business with him, and that will incur sanctions, and sanctions are not nice. Not even your PayPal account, Jesus. Yeah, nothing, nada, zero. Basically, you cannot buy anything. You cannot buy anything. And even if you could, basically your bank account, your money, and your assets will be frozen. So you don't have access to your money unless you get your money in cash, like physical money. And even if you get your money in cash, if you buy a ticket, if you buy something, basically you cannot buy something because that's doing business with you. And then that person will get sanctions, and they rather avoid the hassle. So in theory, basically this affects not only American nationals and companies, because then if an international if a non-American company does business with them, the American companies will say, hey, you are doing business with with someone in the OFAC list. If we do business with you, we're gonna get sanctions because you are doing business with them, so don't do it. Okay, we don't do it. Basically, it's a word of mouth thing. So even if it's not an American company or anything, or even if it's not an American and a US national or company, they still cannot do business with them because if they do business with them, then they cannot do business with American companies. He is absolutely fucked by being included there. Now I'm gonna hide this a little second. Let me look for this. Let me see if I can find it. It's a picture. It's gonna be very relevant for this. Where is the pic? Where is the pic? Where is the pic? God damn it. It's a picture. I'm sure Maduro and Chavez were on that list as well. They were. They're 100% were. They 100% were on that list. Let me see. Let's see if I can find the picture. Let me see if I can. I hate Red. This is not it. Ah, perfect. Found it. Beautiful. I hate Reddit, but they came through with this one. So. I'm gonna show you two pictures. So I don't know if you were aware that that Trump, quote unquote, Trump's doctrine got leaked, or the Don Row doctrine got leaked. I don't recognize the guys in the suits. I don't think it's a. Let me see. Oh wait, that is Bernie Moreno's. Bernie Moreno's does that. He wasn't. So I got it. So a bit of context. In October last year, so Petro is put into the put on the OFAC list in October last year, right? So these pictures I'm gonna show you went viral for a hot second because they kind of leaked the quote-unquote Trump doctrine in regards to well, how he was going to operate. So first is this one. I think he's there with. I think that one. I think one of these is Bernie Moreno. I'm bad with faces. I'm sorry. Heard of it but didn't look into it. So this picture went viral. Like you see, I know one's Bernie Moreno, but I'm missing the names of the others. But what made this picture go viral was that folder was open, and what was written in that folder. Check this out. These guys basically were going to meet with Trump, and this folder was open, and people actually screenshot and took a look at the at the folder, or what they could get from it. So you can see the Trump doctrine. I'll show you I'll show you what it says in a second. Do you see? By the Trump doctrine by Bernie Moreno. So you can see it went viral because in this folder of the Trump doctrine there is a picture of fucking Maduro in an orange jumpsuit, and that one picture peeking just right next to him, like just peeking out, is Gustavo Petro. So this went viral because of this. Maduro and Petro in orange jumpsuits. Now, what does the doctrine says? It gets better. What does the doctrine says? Let me show you. All right, let me make this into a picture. Yeah. Let me make this into a picture. It'll be a. God damn it. Graphic design is my passion. I'm stupid. Give me a second. I'll get you the juice in a second. So this image went viral because someone zoomed in and checked on the Trump doctrine and not only spotted the pictures but also what it says on the folder. So let me get this. It's okay, Rabbit. You're going to love this. You're going to love what it says. New. You're and put in here. All right, I got the image. So give me a second. So this is what it says on that folder. Yeah, I'm gonna put it here. There we go. Oh. God damn it. No wonder. Give me a second. There we go. Sorry about that. So, what the doctrine says, the Trump doctrine for Colombia and the Western Hemisphere. Despite decades of close partnerships between the United States and her allies in South America, the government of Colombia has been taken over by a narco-terrorist, Gustavo Petro, who was elected with the help of drug cartels. 1. Designate additional cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. Support pro-United States leaders in the Western Hemisphere. Establish targeted sanctions for Petro, his family, and his associates. Sanction corrupt anti-American criminal actors. Launch a comprehensive investigation into Petro's campaign finances. This is the reason he was crashing out days before he sent his term finished. I'll get to that in a bit. So this is what that folder says with Maduro and Petro in orange jumpsuits. Now, here is the juicy part. Now, here's the juicy part. This image, like, went out and... But are they going to keep hunting him even if he's no longer in power? Give me a second, Dasha. Give me a second. I'll get to that. Here is the juicy part. This image, the original image, well, big. The original image and the whole... Basically, this whole thing went viral and it was known. What makes it important, what makes it interesting is the time frame between this picture and when Petro gets put in the OFAC list. This picture went viral 2 days before the announcement that Petro was included and his family were included in the OFAC list. Timing is important. 2 days. 2 days this goes viral. 2 days this go viral, and then Petro gets put in the OFAC list. I'm gonna call it the Clinton list because it sounds funnier that way. Now, if we look at the points, you can see that pretty much the points in the Trump doctrine, well, Trump is following them. Now, but are they going to keep hunting him even if he is no longer in power? They are going to hunt him even harder now that he is no longer in power, Asha. You are going to leave me with a material for the stream, for the lol cow stream, you know? If I go over everything today. But I can say this, they are going to hunt him even harder. I guess I can go over a few key points to not spoil the hypothetical future stream. Petro was going to lose. He and the entire party were going to lose. They knew it, and Petro was acting like a fucking cornered animal. In the hell, not even the month, in the couple of weeks before his term was over, he went on a quote unquote last or goodbye tour for his administration. He went on a quote unquote goodbye tour before his term was over. Since he has no government position, they can just snatch him up, even easier with a pro-USA party rule in Colombia now. Bingo, Asha. Tú lo entiendes. Or rather, Asha, you get it, Asha. You are connecting the dots. Yes. That's what I was going to get at. In the few weeks up to the end of his term, he went on a quote unquote goodbye tour. By the way, he was the president that traveled the world around the most, like 80 times during his term. He was mostly out of the country. But anyway, he went on a tour, and first he went to the Are we back? Ah, Bonnie, you went too far. The intern cut her internet off. Ron Coneja Petrus outside will be back. I'm sorry, everyone. No, I think Nezuko overloaded. Cheesecake boys? Yes, we can hear your beautiful voice again. Thank you, Iron Bob. I'm sorry. This is the first time it happens. I think my mistake was leaving TheHunter running in the background and focusing on chatting. So I'm gonna finish my point. And then we'll continue playing. before I run the game again to avoid this from happening. So, yes. To retake what I was saying, yes. I think it was an overload. Yeah, right. So, back what I was saying, yes. Petro. So yes, Asha, you are right. Since he has no government position, they can just snatch Petro. Even easier with a pro USA party ruling Colombia now. Yes, that is correct, Asha. The only reason the US didn't snatch Petro right away was because he technically was not he was not a dictator just yet. He was still technically or legally elected by people, so the US could not touch him the way they did with Maduro. So now before his term, and again, keep in mind, this is a textbook narcissist. This is going to come into play in what I'm going to go over next. In his quote-unquote goodbye tour, he went to talk to the Pope at the Vatican. And of course, to get into the Vatican, you have to go through Italy. By this point, the current president, Abelardo de la Espriella, had won round 2 of the elections. And when Petro landed in Italy, he was offended, and he was low-key seething because he was unironically expecting the Italian president Meloni, I think is her name. He was expecting Meloni to receive him with a red carpet and with a team of Italian politicians and diplomats to receive him like a proper head of state. He still technically was at the moment, but she basically completely ghosted him, and she did not send anyone. She did not send anyone to receive him at the airport. He landed there alone, just like a random average mofo, and that got him fucking seething. The guy, you see, he got the Italian nationality through ius sanguinis, but he is I guess I can explain this with Asha and Moe Lurkers, and you speak Spanish. Asha, ¿cómo le... Italian PM is right-leaning, so no, that was not gonna happen. Exactly. But yes, Asha, ¿cómo le llaman en México a la gente de mal gusto? La gente de mal gusto, como aquí le decimos los ñeros de barrio. Sé que en México tienen una palabra. Tienen una palabra para los ñeros, the bad neighborhood types. Naco. Eso, naco. So, very socialist of him to like to be treated like a king. Exactly. So, naco. Gracias, Sasha, naco. Gracias. No me acordaba. So, he got the Italian nationality through ius sanguinis because he has an Italian accent, or rather an Italian surname, but he is as Italian as putting tomato sauce, cheese, and pulled beef on a tortilla and calling it a pizza. That's how I'm going to put it. Yo lo digo en colombiano así. Él es tan italiano que es como llamarle pizza a una arepa con salsa de tomate, cebolla y carne. Así. O guiso, aquí le llamamos guiso. So yes, he swears himself Italian. And he was absolutely offended that Meloni did not completely ghosted him upon his arrival in Italy. And well, he goes and meets with the Pope, and he brings two of his daughters and his mistress. By the way, he brings his daughters and his daughter's granddaughter and his mistress to meet the Pope. Now, this is going to be very funny, going with what Moe Lurker says. Very socialist of him to like to be treated like a king. Also very socialist of him. He is a declared atheist and does not follow the church, going to the Vatican. Why is a professed atheist going to the Vatican for his quote unquote goodbye tour? Mistress or wife? No, mistress. The mistress, not wife. The mistress. Se llevó a la moza. Se llevó a su cock sleeve. He took his cock sleeve to meet the Pope. By the way, everyone thought she was trans because she has huge shoulders. She thought seeking asylum, and also because he has a history of calling for trans women for his hedonistic bacchanal parties, but mostly because of the shoulders. No, he took his cock sleeve to meet the Pope seeking asylum. That's one reason. Because the Vatican doesn't seem to be acting very Vatican-y in the last couple papacies. But that's only my Catholic past being grumpy. Kinda. Two reasons, Asha. Why is a socialist communist dictator wannabe self-professed atheist going to the Vatican to talk to the Pope on his quote-unquote goodbye tour? Two reasons. One, in Colombia we call it pedir canoa, to ask for canoe, basically to ask for help, or basically asking the Pope for help to get asylum somewhere, anywhere, to basically give a good word for him, so he can seek asylum somewhere. Basically asking the Pope to give him an asylum letter for wherever he wanted to run away. And two, because we suspect he was likely going to the Vatican to try to get his embezzled money out of the Vatican bank. Remember that the Vatican bank is a tax haven. So the two likely reasons was to get the money he stole out, and to ask the Pope for help. The Vatican hasn't been very Vatican-y since the 65, but that's a whole can of worms. A lot of socialist politicians are allowing Catholicism because, like it or not, every single country in Latin America is still in its majority Catholic. Exactly, Moe Lurker. So he went to the Vatican likely to get his money and get help from the Pope. Doing that when you have an American Pope, he really doesn't understand how bad the situation is, huh? Yes, he doesn't understand, but that's on par with a narcissist ignoring reality in favor of what's convenient for him, even if reality fucking hits him like a brick. But anyway, before I go back to the game, because I really have to, this is a TheHunter stream, it's supposed to be that. Basically, first, the reaction to Meloni ghosting him when going to Italy. It's pretty clear he was expecting to get asylum in Italy because he's technically an Italian citizen. So he was hoping that by being a citizen, Italy will give him asylum. Lol. Lumeo even. But now that the Italian asylum plan is off the table, his plan B was asking the Pope for to ask the Pope for help while he got his money out of the bank. And judging by the fact that he said that he said the only thing he said about the trip that they didn't talk about, like, oh no, we totally didn't talk about me being in the OFAC list. We didn't talk about talking about anything related to that. No, sir. From him and his cabinet, I will guess that he got a negative from the potato man. Also, bold move to use the Vatican Bank when the Caribbean and Switzerland are right there. He's not very smart and remember, he wants to LARP as an European. He has a huge inferiority complex about being a Latino mestizo. He really wants to be European. So maybe that's why he went with the Vatican one. I would assume also that as for if the Pope let him take his money out of the bank or not, I wouldn't, honestly, hard to tell if he got the money out of the bank or not. Remember that even if the Vatican, the Caribbean and Switzerland banks are tax havens these days, pretty much the United States can get their nose into your bank account and your movements regardless of where your money is, even if it is a tax haven. These days the tax havens are very lax about letting governments, and especially the United States, look into their clients. God damn, that was loud. Sorry, there are bikes in the background. But anyway. So, yeah, the US just announced enabling a limited cyber privateurism. So, here's the thing. And even not counting that, also most likely the reason he was so angry for Meloni's treatment is because it's the completely opposite of how she treated Milei. He also has the Italian citizenship, by the way. Oh, that. Good point, Moelurker. Yeah, good point. You have a good point. I didn't know that. No sabía eso, Moelurker. Tax havens do follow laws. Exactly, Asha. Especially when the guy in question is in the OFAC list. Likely for funding his campaign with drug and commie terrorist money. What's more, funding his campaign and helping and funding communist narco-terrorist groups, and also likely funding and helping other dictatorships like Venezuela. It's pretty clear he got help Maduro and Cuba as well. The usual suspects, basically. So Petro is in very, 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 very boiling lava. Not even water, lava right now. He got funded and helped dictatorial regimes, terrorist groups, narco-terrorist groups, commie narco-terrorist groups. That's very bad. So with a karma backlog like that, I highly doubt that any tax haven is gonna resist giving information on his money and movements. Would you risk would you risk the ire of the United States just because you're trying to defend a client that just so happens to be deeply connected with communist regimes, terrorism, and drug trafficking? Huh? No. The only reason the United States didn't snatch him right away when they put him in the OFAC list was because as the president he still had diplomatic immunity and he could still fly around. But now that he's not the president anymore, his diplomatic immunity is over. But also basically he cannot move out of the country, though he was authorized to do so, because he cannot buy plane tickets. All his assets are frozen. Basically, the moment he wasn't the president anymore, all the karma he had building up in regards to all the shit he did, particularly with said campaign funding and terrorist support came and crushed him. God damn it. No financial institution will ever side against the US for these type of things unless they are based on China. Yeah. So that is one of my many theories or tinfoil hat conspiracies regarding that. Right now, like, that's why in the days before his term ended, he was absolutely fucking crashing out on Twitter. You can actually go to his Twitter and check for yourselves. He was absolutely fucking crashing out on Twitter over fraud elections, over I'm calm. I say as I crawl into myself and turn into a corn cob. He was corn cobbing, but instead of saying I'm not on, he was like I'm calm. Like estoy tranquilo several times. Which means he clearly was not calm. Now for where he might go, the risk is now that even though our Congress completely backstabbed us and gave him the permission to leave the country, the thing is, I think he's still in the country because, again, he cannot buy a plane ticket because he's in the OFAC list and he does not have the diplomatic immunity and perks to just board the presidential plane and go wherever he likes. No country is going to receive him as an it's gonna asylum him anyway. Not if he has that much baggage, and Trump, or honestly Trump and mostly Bernie Moreno, if I'm being honest, want his ass on a stake. Cuba is not going to receive him. He actually went to he actually also went to Cuba in the days before his term ended, likely to ask Diaz-Canel for asylum. And he likely got, and you can guess how that panned out. No asylum seeker privileges for him. No privileges for him. You can take a guess of what was the response he got from Diaz-Canel. Remember that these days Cuba is also in hot water with Trump and Marco Rubio. The last thing they need is getting the eye of Sauron even bigger on them, because they're housing Petro as well. When Trump is basically at just a button of fucking bombing Cuba and ending the Cuban regime. Nicaragua is not gonna get on that either. Nicaragua isn't doing so, even though it's not talked too much on the news. Nicaragua isn't doing so hot either. Recently they basically announced that there weren't going to be any elections anymore. They likely aren't going to receive Petro if the United States wants him, because that's putting the eye of Sauron on them as well. And Trump already demonstrated that he doesn't care about bombing a dictatorship to get them out of the way and get what he wants. Basically Petro is a load that nobody wants to carry or wants to deal with, because that's bringing the eye of Sauron, the eye of Sauron on them, especially if you're a leftist, if you're a leftist government / regime. He has nowhere to go except maybe China and North Korea. Maybe. Even if he could leave, where will he even go? He touches Europe and Interpol will get him. Most of Asia will happily hand over a random LATAM express to the US to gain good boy points. And LATAM, we are all at risk of getting Maduro if we get too out of line. Exactly, Asha. Exactly. Many suspect he was going to ask for help to his friend Rafael Correa. He is another president that also is running away from justice in his country. And he is he's asylum in Belgium. He is in Belgium. He has asylum in Belgium. Many suspect he was asking or was going to ask Rafael Correa for help to get asylum in Belgium, but Petro has so much karma on him in regards to the US that I think Belgium is not gonna even bother with him. So likely that also even if Correa tried to help him, it likely didn't go through, because that will mean getting the US on Belgium's ass. Ow. Okay, I think I can keep playing again. I can still talk, but we gotta keep playing. This is TheHunter. Hey, what happened to Evo Morales? Is he on the list? I think he's not. Evo Morales is not on the list, but he basically is trying to stage a coup in his own country to avoid being captured for child abuse. Yeah, basically he staged a coup in his country just to not go to jail for being a dealer. He's not on the list. Who's on the list is Petro, his ex-wife, and his son. I think they should put the whole family in there just for funsies. I knew about the coup, not about the child self. Oh yeah. Now where do we go? Cocha Verde. So his wife is also on the list. Let's go here. And his son. By the way, Petro's son, his brother, and a couple of captured narco-terrorists all confessed that they got money from or helped fund his campaign with money from the narcos. 100%. And the mistress? I don't know, dude. Maybe he'll take her. No idea. No, the mistress is not. She's just a cock slave. She benefited from the money, but she did not get the money directly, rather. One of the mistresses, it's widely accepted that he was banging this lady and another two girls that are barely that are just as old as his second youngest daughter. His second youngest is like 23, 24, and he gave a couple of chicks two made up government jobs. Well, one of them was a made up government. No, they were government. El Ministerio de la Juventud fue inventado. Basically, he came up with two bogus, useless government positions to give them quote unquote jobs. Basically, and make it as a cover to hide the fact that he was their sugar daddy. One is a 23-year-old and the other one is like 20. By the way, none of them have higher education. They're just two whores with high school degrees. Imagine that. You spend years at college and try to build to. You spend years years and money and time in college, work all your life to hopefully get an official or a government job, only for your dreams and for your hopes and dreams to get shot down by a 20-year-old cock sleeve. Literally, you don't have to study. You just have to be a pretty whore, and he'll give you he'll pay his sugar daddy dues with taxpayer money for you. Just saying, the last big narco we put down was all because one of his mistresses ratted him to the US for the reward. I think it was 5 million. Oh! But this is a dumb whore that also, I think, but also, oh no, this one does have a degree. She's a lawyer, but she's not gonna rat him out because she also got benefits from him. She also got fake companies to celebrate dubiously arranged contracts to get money from the government. She's not ratting him out because she is also doing corrupt shit, but hers is not involved with drug trafficking, so the US is not gonna bother with her in putting her in the OFAC list, at least. In the few days before his term ended, and like people kept digging, and they found a bunch of mysteriously very young, very pretty women with very inexperienced and very uneducated getting very well-paid jobs in very high positions in the government, or being very well paid for positions that did not merit such payment. All very young, all very pretty. You can always have a reduced sentence or whatever if you collaborate. Nah. Will they get to her? Locally, at least local government, who knows? Likely won't. They never do. The US is not gonna bother with a cockslave though. She likely knows nothing. She likely knows nothing about the narco-terrorist funding. As for the horse, I can show you a picture. I like to name and shame horse. Fuck. Speaking of big pussy. Shit. Let me go back. I'm gonna... In before the game crashes again. Oh, good thing that I have one of those safety things for shock. ¿Dónde está la puta? ¿Dónde está la puta? ¿Dónde está la puta? Video, link, image. Where's the puta? Where's the puta? Where's the puta? No, not single puta. Putas. Plural. Well, I'm gonna show one where... Well, I'm gonna show two. I'm gonna give a bit of context. People made memes about it. If there is one thing people will say about Petro is that he ate well. He had good taste, but a man. But this is a guy specifically seeking women that are younger that are just a bit younger than his youngest daughter. Keep that in mind, and that they could be his granddaughters. Now, I believe that consenting adults can do whatever they want, but that doesn't mean I won't judge the fuck out of them. But anyway. I didn't say you can't do I didn't say you can't do it. I said that I'm going to judge the fuck out of you, kind of thing. Agree? So these four. Now, Laura Sarabia, top left, she is not a whore, mind you. She was like a bit of a Petro darling, but that was because basically she was brought in by Petro's ex-wife. As soon as Petro fucked, aka started. As soon as there were problems with his wife and stuff, he started distancing himself from Laura Sarabia. So basically, she was more of a brought in by his ex-wife. So she's not a whore. She's the grid here is wrong. She's not a whore. She was just basically his wife's like a favorite, darling lady in wait, we could say. Yeah. The other three, however, they are the whores. Vanessa Cortez is the woman that people thought was a trans woman that Petro was spotted with in Panama. Turns out that he wasn't walking around with a trans woman. He was walking around with her. But in lieu of, because the guy is deeply insecure about his masculinity, and because this information is funny, I ask you that you still spread the rumor that he was spotted in Panama City with a trans woman, because that actually low-key drives him crazy. But no, it wasn't actually a trans woman. It was Vanessa Cortez, this woman, the cock sleeve number 1. But say it was a trans woman just because it's funny. Juliana Guerrero was a girl, not even a woman, a girl that he wanted to name as Vice Minister of Youth. As with a good socialist, he makes up ministries and departments and positions to fill with useless bureaucracy to pay up favors and whatnot. He wanted to name her Vice Minister of Youth, and when people complained that she was too young, she was too young, and two, she didn't have the experience, she said that I fit the requirements because I am young, and a young one should be I meet the criteria because I am young to be the Vice Minister of Youth. Something retarded like that. And turns out that a little bit of digging was made and whatnot, and it turns out that this little hussy here faked her own college titles. Like, she supposedly had a title in accounting and some other bullshit from quote unquote university slash college. But a bit of digging and people found out that her titles were all fake, and the only real title she had was a high school title. She had no experience, she had no diplomatic experience, she had no government experience. In fact, she had no experience whatsoever. She didn't even have the education. She was just a young whore. Now, Gabriela Muñoz. People ended up coming upon her by accident, but they found out that she was being... People came up with her randomly, but basically through some digging, people found out that she basically was giving I'll get to that in a bit, but basically she was basically the quote-unquote head of the Aerocivil, I'm gonna have to translate that, give me a second. Basically the Aerocivil, the guys that manage like flights and stuff, like from the army to flags and stuff. Basically that she was the shadow slash government slash president of the Aerocivil, when on paper she was just a low grade, she was basically just a low grade slash assistant consultant, and she was being paid an exorbitant amount of money and had all this power to be in reunions that she should not be at due to her supposed job or position, and giving orders like she was the actual head of it. People said that she was the real head of the Aerocivil. Which leads me back to Juliana Guerrero, who was also said that basically she basically gave orders to Petro, like she would part of the reason these two fell was because recently a former Petro worker, or rather follower, Angie Rodriguez revealed that the reason she started getting troubles in Petro's cabinet was because she refused to do something for Juliana Guerrero. Juliana Guerrero one day came to her with several CVs and told her, tell the president to hire these people for these positions. And she said, no, I'm not going to do it because they are not qualified. And since then, both Juliana and Petro made her life fucking hell, because she refused to basically give jobs or positions to some people in the CVs Juliana Guerrero handed. So basically, Gabriela Muñoz and Juliana Guerrero were ordering around like they were the actual presidents. They were telling their sugar daddy what they wanted or needed, and he was likely going to capitulate. Basically, a bunch of whores had pull over the president of the country, to a degree, or at least to a degree, yeah. And un curi, un meme for the Spanish speakers. People say like the guy has if nothing, the guy has good taste in whores at least. They're gonna look 45. They're gonna look 55 when they reach 25 years old. Qué bien come el perro. All right, back to walking. But yeah, basically, Angie Rodriguez, this former Petro aide, revealed that this group of women had an unusual pull on or say on what Petro did. She didn't say anything, but the way she spoke, she clearly wanted us to know or to make it clear. Like when people ask, like, do they have does Petro have a relationship? Has a relationship with these women? No, I don't want to talk about that. The fact that she didn't want to talk about that told you everything you needed to know. Her reluctance to talk about their relationship with Petro told you everything you needed to know. And that's how people confirm that. And Petro's insistence that I have no relations with that woman, kinda Bill Clinton there, just confirmed to people that those were his cock sleeves. Yeah, he had a bit of a Clinton moment. Twice. And we made fun of him for liking drag queens a little too much. Oh no, he likes them. He is extreme. The lack of the narcissism, the lack of faith in a superior entity, just makes him. It just adds to an extremely hedonistic personality. He likes drag queens. He really likes them. His former daughter-in-law said at one point in some WhatsApp chats, worried that he was having a huge party and she was worried that photos would leak of the party because and that he was calling he was calling a lot of drag queens / trans women to the party. His former daughter-in-law was talking to Petro's son, her then husband, that she was worried that he was even calling drag queens and was worried that leaks or videos will leak of the party. He's just extremely hedonistic. He will fuck anything as long as it looks female enough. When a social media influencer, like, he has a character, went and interviewed him and he kind of just joked or / alluded to the Panama episode, Petro, like, he sounded so mad because he twice went, "I don't like men." Like, he sounded really mad when the One Piece is the name of the guy's character, asked him or joked about it. He sounded really mad, and at 2 points he said, like, "I don't like men." Puma. We are getting some deep Colombia lore, at least presidential lore. All of this is embarrassing, but I hope people, I hope people listen to this or learn from this, because the guy is an extreme narcissist, and if there is something he hates more than being disobeyed, is being laughed at or looking bad. And I can take a few laughs. And I can handle a few laughs taken at mine and my country's expense if it gets that guy so absolutely mad that he gets an aneurysm and dies. First and hopefully last left-wing government we have. The guy also has a cat fetish. There are two. I'm not gonna go into details. I want material for that hypothetical future stream. But I can tell you that he shot himself at least twice. And reportedly, when he rented a very nice fancy like cabana slash cabin, when the owner of the cabin and the service girl went to check, they were horrified that there were drugs, used condoms everywhere, and condoms with shit, and shit sprayed on the walls. I can give you that. Hey! Oof, good shot. Nice. I can give you like that little sneak peek. Like, there was shit on the walls, and one thing that you'll notice if I get to that stream is that him and shit end up in the same sentences slash paragraphs with an uncomfortable frequency. You should lead an interesting life. Disgusting hedonism. Him and shit come out together a lot. You'll get used to that. What if he gets one? He's not the president. Two. Nah, he doesn't have the resources to pull one on some random VTuber. And three, he doesn't speak English. Something he is kinda low-key mad and seethes about. He hates the evil American empire, and he likely subconsciously hates that English is the lingua franca of the world, and not French like he supposedly, and not French because he knows French supposedly, but because French is not the lingua franca / the culture and diplomatic language anymore. It is English. He is mad about it because English is the language of the empire, and Empire Orange Man bad. He gets very self-conscious about it to the point he wanted to promote teaching native languages that weren't English to schools. And again, to give you an idea or an insight on how the mind of a narcissist, or how he thinks when the Senate basically declared that he could leave the country, but he had to say where he was going. He went on Twitter to ramble that I'm not a criminal. I'm not in prison. I can go wherever I want. That I can go wherever I want, just because some people that don't love me don't want to see me being free or traveling where I want, wherever I want. Keep in mind, el uso de que solo porque hay personas que no me quieren. Keep in mind, he didn't use él no usó agrado. He didn't use agrado. He used specifically que no me quieren, that don't love me. So he used specifically just because there's people that don't love me. So that gives you an idea of the kind of mind he has. Pues bueno, verte, saber que estás bien. Me tengo que ir ahí y esperaré el siguiente stream. Cuídate, coneja, y buenas noches. No te desveles mucho. Gracias, Asha. Thank you, Asha. Thank you for coming. I hope. Espero verte más a menudo. Espero que puedas llegar a los streams más a menudo. Gracias. So yeah, being an insecure with an inferiority complex narcissist, he really doesn't take it well when people don't follow his orders, or don't like him, or make him look bad. He really doesn't like it when he perceives that people don't like him. The inferiority complex makes him, and the narcissism makes him seek constant validation from everyone all the time, and unquestioning constant validation, and the paranoid tendencies show when he. And the paranoid tendencies show by him being terminally online. He never actually did presidential things or even work one day of his fucking term. All he did was stick to Twitter to post his crash out rambles daily. So the paranoid aspect manifests in him being terminally online and constantly checking the internet, and especially his profile, to see what people are saying to him or about him. Especially seeking it, that when people speak about him, it is good things. Again, for that constant need of validation. He needs the attention. Too much ego searching. Terminal line ego searching, yes. A very terminal case. Oh man. Ah, they were here. Yeah. Oh well. It happens. Oh, I saw something. Oh man, I missed it. I guess I already gave you the the lol cow stream with me ranting about all of this. Please no copy. Not only is he a narcissist with paranoid tendencies. Don't copy the copy. He also has a hypercognitive style. What is hypercognitive style? Hypercognitive style is basically that his mind goes so fast that he connects the dots or relates things to other things so fast that basically they are nonsensical. They are nonsensical. A hypercognitive associative style. Basically his mind, his brain goes so fast that in his mind he associates things with other things so fast, and for some seemingly like small things, like in such a way that it only makes sense for him, basically. And for anyone else, it's basically some nonsensical non sequitur or completely out of the blue schizo string of ideas. I guess you can Google it. Hola, buenas noches, Laran. Hola, Brian. Honestly, pleasant to hear this kind of perspective that isn't always something you hear elsewhere. Really? Thank you, Iron Bob. So yeah, basically he's like those three aspects of him, of his psychological analysis, are probably the worst fucking combo you can possibly get. He cannot be treated. You cannot tell him that to get him get him to a psychiatrist or a psychologist, because it's not going to work. It's gonna be very, very difficult, if not impossible. Because the thing is that to improve, he needs to acknowledge that he is wrong and he needs help. And we're dealing with a narcissist, so that's already a tall order, starting from there. And even if he did, and on top of that, the paranoid hyperassociative disorder, in his mind, he will think that any and all attempts to help him are just attacks by the enemy, personal attacks by the enemy. He'll treat and see any attempts at helping as an attack on him, and he'll refuse to change. And in his mind, he'll start coming up with nonsensical, actual tinfoil theories or conspiracies that someone or somewhere is trying to get him. Literally, he cannot be treated. He won't acknowledge he's wrong. He won't, because acknowledging he's wrong, he won't receive help, because receiving help is implicitly acknowledging that he's wrong, and he's never wrong. And if someone says he's wrong, that means he's an enemy, and that someone is conspiring to destroy him or something. And I think you understand the point I'm trying to make. Basically, the narcissism, the paranoia, and the hypercognitive, I was confusing the words. Hyperassociative cognitive style. My bad. ESL, please. I need to lower the voice though. I think I'm speaking a bit too loudly. But basically, the hyperassociative cognitive style, those three aspects make it pretty much impossible to treat him. So there is no. He sees everything as connected, and that's a problem. Exactly. Thank you, Iron Bob. Oh my god, my ESL is showing. Yes. He sees everything as connected, and that's a problem. That's why he goes into some nonsensical sequiturs. Asmongold even covered one of his Twitter crash outs a while ago. He thinks everything is connected, or he makes the connection in absolutely nonsensical ways. Not helped by the fact that he has a huge drugs problem. So it's even more nonsensical. Hey Bonnie, hey Virgil. And the stuff that is connected he refuses to acknowledge, like how and why people hate him. Sorry. You know, going back into the narcissist part, like, I'm being serious when I say that he's a textbook case, not even like a TikTok narcissist or what people Zoomers think is a narcissist. He is a textbook case. Relationships to him are merely transactional. And as soon as someone becomes a nuisance or even a hindrance to him in any sort of way, he immediately drops them. His son his son that is on the OFAC list, he basically helped fund his father's presidential campaign, and he went out of his way. Petro didn't tell him. He went out of his way to talk to commie terrorists to get the money. Commie terrorists, drug traffickers, to get the money for his dad's campaign. He went out of his way because if there is something he really wants is his fucking acceptance and acknowledgement. And Petro used to take pictures with him, and he was very proud of his son. But as soon as he was caught and authorities started digging into him getting that ill-gotten money for his dad's campaign, you know what was his response? Yo no lo crié. I didn't raise him. The moment his son made him look bad or disappointed him or made him look anywhere near bad, he didn't raise him. Just like that. No more photos, not expressing sorry or compassion, even as he was taken into custody. Not even mentions of him. Nothing. After that, like, I didn't raise him. You are picking right words. I wouldn't call it ESL, especially since you went for the big specific ones. Thank you, Super Iron Bob. Thank you. Oh my god, I need to eat something. I'm actually kind of hungry right now. Where do we go from? You know what? Let's go here. Oh, you know what? Better here. It's closer, I feel. Look at me, all this chat, and I'm barely shooting anything. I apologize. Relationships are merely transactional. The guy also, it's very clear that he expressly associates sex with love. He associates sex with love and women, and he associates women with said love. If not, either that or how moms are how hardworking moms that cannot see their children and should totally stay at home. And basically for the way and the things he talks about, he clearly he associates sex with love and women with said love. If not with that, as basically mothers, and that's it. Which further... Did I get him? Which further shows the narcissistic part of his diagnosis. He literally cannot feel. That man has no feelings. He cannot feel. Lara Bonnie, petróloga experta. ¿Quieres que te baneemos, Lurker? No digas eso. It's just simple analysis I did by reading a bit into psychology thanks to Google Coon. That and my did I kill it? Yes. No, this is just my analysis of someone with very minimal surface knowledge on psychology. This is more me. I guess if most of my analysis rather comes from that very shallow knowledge and my incredible ability to just analyze things in general. Oh. Hey, let's go. And also because my degree in college was focused on investigation. So I became, for better and for worse, I became very good at analyzing things. Not psychologically, just analyzing things. That and image boards. Fuck. I'm dead. I'm so dead. He's gonna get me. He's gonna get me. Fuck, I couldn't get him. Come on, open field. Damn it. Every time, man. I suspect that people's gut instincts are more right than we give credit for. Are you saying that my analysis is not gut instinct? I kinda had a feeling about all of this, but I didn't know how to put it into words because I didn't look I didn't study psychology. Ooh, comfy place. I like it. At least the jaguars don't one-shot me. Alright, back to... Though, if you want me to go further into, not saying you're wrong, more that even if you are not an expert, people often get right enough answers. Ah, okay, gotcha. If you want another, then this might as well be the Petro lol cow stream. If you want another example, a while ago, a child, sadly, a child died. He was due to a bicycle accident. He was hemophilic, an 8-year-old, and he hadn't had his. He was riding a bike. He had an accident, and he hadn't had his meds for a while. His mother hadn't been able to get his meds for a while because, lo and behold, Petro collapsed, or he purposefully collapsed and destroyed our healthcare system because it was too private. Because it was too private and something public health and stuff. He purposefully collapsed the healthcare system, and due to that collapse, the boy couldn't get his meds, and he was in that bicycle accident, and he sadly passed away. That deeply shook people here. And in one of his televised televised minister sessions or minister meetings. One of the ministers, he basically went. You're gonna love this one. He basically went that the the job, the state's job is the state's job is prevention. Where does prevention start? When does prevention start? At home. And if you have an hemophilic child, then you shouldn't let him ride a bike. If your child is hemophilic, then don't let him ride bicycles. Everybody disliked that. And basically he was blaming a grieving mother for her child's death, for letting him do child things like doing sports. Everybody disliked that. Someone in his cabinet actually called him out and said, "President, please have some compassion. Please have some compassion. Please have some compassion. This is a grieving mother." He didn't care. The state's job is prevention, and prevention starts at home. If you have a hemophilic child, you don't let him ride bicycles. Then everybody disliked that, and everyone disliked that hard. The controversy went pretty hard for a long while, to the point that for his next televised minister meeting, he was low-key so mad and damage control that before that, I almost forgot something. Before that, he said he went we have to address responsibilities. If it was at home, if it was the hospital that received the boy, if it was the hospital that received the boy, if it was the community, and then we can confirm if it was a responsibility of the state. He was really mad that people say that child died. It's your fault that child died. You destroyed the healthcare system. He didn't get his meds. He had that accident and he died. You are responsible for that. And he was so mad that people were rightfully blaming him for it and thus making him look bad, that he then, for the next televised meeting, he went for the next televised minister meeting. He said, "See, it's not our fault. It's not our responsibility. It's not our responsibility. Don't say lies. It's not our fault." And what was he doing while he was saying that? He fucking took the medical history of the child and read it out loud live on TV, national TV, on prime time. He took the child's medical history and read it out on live TV. Another violation of privacy, attack on the grieving family, and absolutely fucking evil. And then later on, the morgue confirmed that government agents or members of the government were attempting to get information on the child's necropsy. Jeez, and he thought that was a good idea. How? He is a narcissist. Remember, narcissists believe they can do no wrong. that they can't do no wrong and it's never their fault. He thought it was a good idea because he thought it would exonerate the administration and thus him from any responsibility. And it's also the move of a cornered animal. He really cannot grasp why people are mad or why people were blaming him, or really just he cannot grasp why people are saying that it is his fault. I hear shit rumbling. Whoa. Algo me va a atacar. Of course, this on people, everyone disliked that even harder. Corone, where is he? Was it a croc? Ah, yeah, it was a croc. Okay. I would ask how he was elected in the first place, but I remember we elected a bit of an and I calmed down. No. Simple Moe Lurker. Drug money. Drug money and social drug money, lots of drug money and deals with drug lords. Drugs money and narcos. And commie terrorist groups. Lots of indoctrination of young people through the teachers union and social media and social media influencers, as well as drug money for the campaign and buying votes and coercion to vote through commie terrorist groups threatening the population, as well as those cartels, forcing people, getting their people to vote for him. He totally fucking stole that election, and also some help from Russia, Cuba, and Venezuela, and Iran and Hamas. Silver, not bad. He totally stole those elections. He wouldn't have won otherwise. How funny that so people here have noticed that now that USA is fucking over, people are voting right again. I wonder how that happens. How funny how that works. Give me my new bag, my new shoes. But yes, back to the pseudo psychological analysis, because he is a narcissist. He is unable to take accountability for any wrongdoings. He never does anything wrong. anything and everything wrong is other people's faults. That's why he basically diverted. We have to find responsibles in the family, at home, local government or local health, local hospitals, and department / state administration, and then we can say if it was the state's fault or not. He's unable to accept to take accountability. Accountability is a foreign concept to a narcissist. He thought it was a good idea because because any not even an attack, even questioning to his words and actions or as a person are taken as a serious narcissist attack. And every narcissist attack should be is met with striking with decisive force. That's why when people rightfully called out that child's death was his fault, he immediately started finding anyone responsible for it except the administration, and thus him. It isn't. That's a standard for a narcissist. I need to. Yeah. See, so basically, he went on national TV and blamed the child's death on his grieving mother, and did his damnedest through several weeks to prove it was not his fault, and kept blaming her. And he got even madder that people got even angrier at him reading the medical history of the child on national TV. And people got even angrier when we learned that he was trying to get information on the little boy's necropsy. He was trying to get the little boy's necropsy on the morgue, but the forensics, the doctors, rightfully so, refused to hand him the necropsy report. So all in all, everything good is because of him, everything bad is everyone else's fault. He spent his entire term to the very last day blaming the previous administrations for his own fuck-ups. Accountability is alien for a narcissist. He cannot grasp it. He refuses to acknowledge it. And it is impossible to make a narcissist see how and why are wrong about something, or they did something wrong. The moment something bad, like a corruption scandal or anything related to his administration was uncovered, he immediately goes, "I had no idea." And he never grasped that as a president saying you have no idea what your underlings are doing or are up to, it does not look well, regardless of how it is, regardless if it is true or not. Saying you didn't know of the corruption of your own cabinet is just as bad as saying or even knowing that you knew. Saying you didn't know is just as bad as knowing. But he cannot grasp that the worst thing you can do is give power to a narcissist. Mind you, in the days before his term was over, the now President Abelardo went to a military base, and back then he was, well, technically not the president, he was president-elect, and one of the soldiers at the one of the soldiers at the base saluted him properly, like military salute, pretty good, pretty normal. He saluted then President-elect Abelardo when he was at the base, at the garrison. Petro got so absolutely fucking mad at that gesture from that soldier, from that specific soldier. He got so fucking mad that soldier gave the military salute to Abelardo that he ordered him to be sent to one of the most dangerous areas in the country right now. Did I get him? Yes. All right, find him. Like he got so mad at this soldier for saluting the soon to be president that he sent him to one of the most dangerous areas in the country right now. He changed his station to one of the most dangerous zones in the country. Oh, damn it. I think this is my first one. You know what? I'm gonna consider myself just because getting these guys is kinda difficult. Also, like initially Abelardo wanted like the ceremony for like taking seat, like the ceremony, like la ceremonia de posesión. I don't know the name in English, like the ceremony for being president. He wanted it to be at a garrison, at a military base. And when he said like, I want the ceremony to be there and not at Congress in Bogota and stuff, Petro immediately gave the order that he did not allow he did not allow for any military base or garrison to be used for the ceremony. How petty and pathetic. Like the moment Abelardo said he wanted the ceremony to be at a military base, he basically forbade the military bases from doing it. Inauguration is probably the end word, but if I'm gonna okay, inauguration. Thank you, Iron Bob. ESL again. Yeah, Abelardo wanted his inauguration ceremony to be at a military base, and Petro, out of pure petty, pathetic spite, ordered all military bases to not have the inauguration ceremony. I have to look for the letter. Give me a second. And the way you read the letter, it's like the way the letter is worded is so fucking pathetic. It really makes it clear that he is as mad that his chosen successor lost the election, and that he's really mad that he's not going to be the president anymore. Let's see. Since if I can't find the letter, I can translate it for you. It was a military garrison. God damn it. The thing is that this is an official official government letter. And it sounds so pathetic. Sebastián Rece por Iván Pantoja. He said something like I am the president. I mean, I can't find. Well, was it in a letter or was it in a tweet? I'd rather continue if not the Nezuko crashes again. At some other point, like, I don't even know what happened exactly at that moment, but by our constitution, the president is also the supreme commander of our military forces. He's the supreme commander, and he really loves the sound of that. I don't know, like, I'm not sure exactly what happened, but it seems I don't remember if it was a general or a soldier, but they did or said something that got him incredibly pissy. Not that it was very difficult for them, because he has a hate burner for the military or the state forces for some reason.
he got really pissed and he said, yo soy su comandante supremo, usted me obedece. Something along those lines, like, I am your supreme commander, you must obey me, kind of thing. But he sounded so pissy about it. Again, the worst thing you can do with a narcissist is give him power and authority. Also, the constant need of trying to be the center of the universe, with the magnanimous purple talk of he talks in purple prose about the end of humanity, reaching every corner of the universe and getting his fucking nose in other countries' business that have nothing to do with us in any way. He particularly loved the Palestine cause, which it rubbed many people the wrong way, because we have our own problems as it is, especially with we have our own children victims of war. We still have them. And the fact that he worried about more about the children thousands of kilometers away, well, we still have our own children dying without water, food, medical attention, and being forcibly recruited by communist terrorist groups. It really didn't sit well with people. I wonder if I can... To quote there's a Senator Lina Garrido that called him out in mid-session, and to quote her, I'm translating, nobody wants it's not that we don't care about the children over there, but we have our own children. Nobody wants nobody wants a child to die. But how about focusing on our own children, or giving them some attention in the first place? Like, we've been flash news. My country has been in basically a civil war for 60 years. Bye, Puma. We still very much have children, we have orphans and children being forcibly recruited by the commie terrorists. And if it's not that, it's also the lack of access to water, food, and education. Watermelon posters are very much the kind of people who are angry at their father, authority figure, people more powerful than them. And their care is often just a disguise for that. Ah, yes, the daddy issues. That is not to say that we want the children there to die, but we have our own we have our own children victim of war. How about caring a little bit about them? You are supposed to be the country's president. That's the main thing. He desperately wanted not to be Colombia's president. He wanted to be the world president, like a good narcissist. He cared about everything. He cared about everything but the country itself. Well, not everything. Mostly just Palestine and climate change, because he swears himself an Al Gore. Super. He basically. People here called it like he wanted to be a world leader, but basically he was Al Gore. He wanted to be taken super serial, and couldn't handle the fact that he was the president of basically a corner of the world nobody gives a fuck about. And because nobody gives a fuck about the country, nobody gives a fuck about him. And that cannot do. He's gonna be a world leader. Everyone is gonna clap when he shows up. That's the kind of logic, even if it's not conscious on his part. It's good to care about all people, but there's nothing wrong with ensuring your neighbors are fed and clothed before you care for someone across town or the next state or another country. Yeah, I'm not against people making the world better. Just sometimes you gotta take care of home first. He doesn't really want to make the world better. He just wants to make he just wants to pretend to make it better so he can be admired and feel good about himself. He doesn't really care. Again, he is a narcissist. He is a narcissist. He cannot feel. Relationships are merely transactional. He is incapable of feeling anything other than concern about himself. And he only really cares about climate change and the Middle East war because for the latter it was because the commie terrorist group he was a part of was trained by Hamas, and the former is because even if he doesn't consciously realize it, he figures that blabbering about climate change is the thing that will get him attention and the admiration from the world. Revolver? He really doesn't care. I can guarantee you. He cannot feel. He doesn't really care unless it's something about him. I would say it's performative, but I don't think he even realizes he's being performative because as a narcissist he does not have that level of self-awareness. So he is subconsciously performative. If you analyze his interventions, his speeches, all his incoherent blabbering, he always likes to, when talking about that stuff, he always likes to pepper like this is for the future of humanity, the universe, the end of humanity. He always talks in these fucking absurd, these grandiose terms, like he's a messiah, or he's an illuminating one. Rar. So no, he doesn't really care. He doesn't really care. He will not take accountability, and he will not see it, because as a narcissist, he is unable to. And any attempts to get him to do that will be seen as a personal attack, and someone out there trying to get him. He literally cannot be fixed. The only fix for him is death. As much as I will say that torture will do something, it will really not help him. It will really not get him to see how much he fucked up. If that were to happen to him, he likely just see it as his enemies out there trying to get him, because he's super right and super important. Though I guess if you want to go with, that, you could see that the torture part as just a stress relief against him. Hard tapir. I forgot these guys are here. Never mind. Oh, come on. Basically, he will always see himself as a victim if called out. I think that was a bad shot. And any attempts to help him see the error of his ways, or even trying to counsel him, will be seen as an attack. I forgot where I shoot the shot. Here. What's more, he swapped people in his cabinet like fucking tampons. Oh, I got him. Here's the deal. So, let's go back a little bit. Remember when I told you that he was the guy that gave orders, and everyone else had to figure out how to do what he said, as he said, when he said, how he said? The problem is, he wants okay, that's what he wants, and he gets people with it's weird. I'm gonna explain a little bit around that in a bit, but basically he wants people that when he says do this, they do it. But here's the problem. Those kind of people are intelligent, educated people. And intelligent and educated people are more prone to question you or defy you on your orders. Especially if you're wrong. But no, that's not gonna happen because you're never wrong. So intelligent people are more prone to question your orders or damn it. Ass shot. Intelligent people are more likely to question your logic and your orders, or outright refuse or say that they cannot do what you told them to do because the laws or the constitution or what have you. So, because intelligent people are more prone to do that, you kick intelligent people out and bring a bunch of meat-riding gaggers, brain dead, radicalized retards that unquestionably follow. That are your unquestionable yes men and will agree to everything you say and do, even if it doesn't make sense. But what's the problem? Those type of mid writers, ball gaggers, indoctrinated retards usually do not have the education or experience and resources to do what you order them to. They're only good to mid-ride and ball gag you and yes man to you, nothing else. That's all they're good for. They're not good to execute to execute your orders, to follow. They're not good at doing things you order them to. So what do? You remove them and bring capable people that can do what you say, but capable people are more likely to question you. And the cycle continues. If the idiots don't do what you say or do bad, you end up looking bad, and that cannot be. That's unacceptable. So you bring people capable, and that was the constant cycle he was in during his administration. He constantly swapped people between people that were competent but questioned him. To unquestioning yes men but completely incapable. Those were the 4 years. To drive the point home, like he brought us basically his nanny slash or his secretary or head of cabinet. He's basically his secretary, a guy that admitted that the only thing I know to do is the only thing I can do is to obey orders and make coffee. Ah, damn it. Oh man, my shots ain't shotting. To give you an idea, like in one of the many swaps in his cabinet that happened, he Petro actually caused a fucking whatchamacallit, a fucking diplomatic crisis at fucking 3 a.m. that our counselor or like the head of foreign affairs had to solve like right away. He was so mad, like the guy was so mad about the fuck up that he had to fix before he left that he actually left early. He actually left 3 days early than he was supposed to, because this motherfucking retard caused a diplomatic crisis with our biggest ally at fucking 3 a.m. likely drugged out of his ass. Pretty fucking wild was that week. I'm coming. There we go. We got him. It's gotta be dead. Hopefully. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, end of my rant. The good thing is he's not in power anymore. He's now just a cokehead lol cow. B. So if you want to clip this stream or archive it for one of my rants, you gotta do it fast because this one is likely going into the void. Oh, damn it, it was still alive. Where is he, girl? Where is he? It must be yeeted. Okay, something died here, but I don't think it was my peccary. Let's go back. Or let's try to get this one and see if we can get the other one. Or this rabbit will get shipped off to the dungeon. Nah. Forget it. Let's go back. Let's find the other one. Oh, there it is. Oh man, bad shot. So yeah, he is a case for the textbooks to analyze. Unfucking fixable, and the worst thing is that for a sad moment, he actually, a person like that had power. By the way, speaking, since I talked about the case of the hemophilic child, his son that's currently being detained for the whole thing about getting drug money for his dad's campaign. I don't remember if it was his current girlfriend or his ex-wife. I think it may be his the guy's or rather the son's current girlfriend. But basically in one of his tweet runs he talked about her. I remember what triggered the schizo crash out. But basically he said like how can you attack me in this how can you attack me in this difficult moment for a family? My son's girlfriend just had a miscarriage. I lost a grandchild and he lost a son. Like, please note how he made that woman's tragedy about him. I lost a grandson. Like, this constant attack on me and my family is giving us great anguish. But he didn't use those words that fancy. Like, my son's girlfriend just had a miscarriage. I lost a grandson. The fucking... Well, not say the fucking nerve. That's how a narcissist works. Revolver? Remember, this is the girlfriend of the son. He said I didn't raise him. Which, by the way, in that same statement, he said something along the lines of, I didn't raise him. He saw me as this popular or notorious figure surrounded by cameras and flashlights, and he felt admiration. Basically saying like, I'm so perfect, he wanted to be like me, and that made him make mistakes. Gato? Gato loco. He's right there. Got it. Silver! Male! Fine. I wonder, is this rare? The hunter also... Ocelot. For variant rarity. No data. Oh, it is common, but okay. You're pretty good. Thank you, Eric. You mean that me quoting fucking Pedro about being so perfect that made his son commit crimes? Or was it that shot from me? Damn it, I'm hungry. I should probably... On one hand, I want to pester Bonnie's sister and keep going. On the other, my throat may need some rest after all this blabber. A ver. Good shot. And also Revolver Ocelot meme. Okay. When am I like years old in kinda rapid? I never had the chance to play it, unfortunately. And you know some of the memes via cultural osmosis, but I never got the chance to play it. I actually couldn't play many games back in the day. Oh god, I still have to get here. It's gonna be a long walk. In fact, just until recently-ish as a VTuber, I was able to play video games. So yeah, I'm sorry if I'm not familiar with all the memes. I'm sorry, Minto. I know you are the biggest MGS fan. You have plenty of time. It's still very playable. Nanomachines, son. The ball grabbing. Snake eater. Still in a dream, snake eater. Oh, 2 kilometers though, it's gonna be a fun walk. I don't want to bore you with this talk after like 4 hours of rambling about this retard, but the guy also has a notorious record of bringing into his close circle women beaters and sex pests. So far, I kept the count at 18, and he seems he specifically looks for the people that have either wife beating allegations or sekuhara, or if not actual abuse. The latest one was filming a movie about General Padilla, a historical figure in Colombia, with money stolen from taxpayers, just so he could have a cameo on that movie. And General Padilla isn't even interpreted by a Colombian actor. He brought in Cuba Gooding Jr. Yes. Can I close? Yes. So that marked him like the 16th sex pest he got in contact with. By the way, Petro totally gasses up Simón Bolívar, or Libertador, or Liberator. And yes, he was a figurehead of the independentist movement, but a bit of a history talk here. The guy was just a little emperor wannabe. Yes, he led the independent independence movement in what used to be Gran Colombia, which it was Colombia, Ecuador, Panama, and Venezuela. But he really just wanted to be his own little emperor. He just wanted to separate from Spain as a colony, just so he could be his own little emperor, being a noble himself. And this ties into, believe it or not, this ties into Padilla, that movie, and our current vice president. So Padilla won a very important battle for Simón Bolívar. And Padilla was a very good general, all in all. But 5 years later, Padilla, Simón Bolívar wanted to stay in power at perpetuity. By the way, he wanted to stay in power at perpetuity. He wanted to stay there forever. And Padilla refused to sign the document that said, hey, I want to stay. Got it. Ish. Padilla refused to sign the document that would declare Simón Bolívar as the emperor in perpetuity of Gran Colombia, and Bolívar was asthmatic and ordered him to be executed. And also because Padilla was black and indigenous. Petro fucking glosses over Simón Bolívar. Morning, Hunter. Anything great today? Hey, Beast Melon. I just got a gold. Oh, it's a mythical. It's gold though. Why isn't it a diamond? It should have been a diamond. Perfect. It's a mythical though. Let's go. Beautiful. That's cool. And this is not me sounding like one of those kind of people. He really had Padilla executed because he refused to sign a document to leave him in power, and because he was not white. Thank you, Eric. So, like Petro himself, he used him until he questioned him, and he only used him and only kept him around until he dared to question him. Now, how does it ties with Petro? Because here's the deal: Petro fucking loves Simón Bolívar, another little dictator / little emperor wannabe. He also brought or used Simón Bolívar's sword during his inauguration ceremony. That sword is kind of cursed, actually. Every president that has touched that thing has eventually fallen. Everyone. Every single one. Chavez, Maduro, and Petro. Rather, Chavez, technically he didn't fall, he died of cancer, but people say that the sword gave him cancer. But anyway, how this ties in is that José Manuel Restrepo, our current vice president, good morning, Bonnie. Hey, Hat. Our current vice president, José Manuel Restrepo, he is a descendant of Francisco de Paula Santander. Who is Francisco de Paula Santander? He is one of the processors of our independence. But here's the thing: Santander, he was the real Republican, and he wanted to adhere to the Constitution. He really wanted us to be a proper free country, which that eventually put him at odds with Simón Bolívar, who was his friend. So Santander really wanted La Gran Colombia to be free and not just a pseudo kingdom for Bolívar to be the king of, which eventually put him at odds with Bolívar, who they were friends, and it eventually had Bolívar order Santander to be executed, because of course he did. Notice a pattern here. notice a pattern here? At the last minute, Bolivar changed his mind, and instead of execution, he ordered for all of Santander's titles to be removed and for him to be exiled, basically. But he had all the intention of executing his friend and supporter in achieving independence, freedom for the country, just because he showed reservations about him staying in power at perpetuity like an emperor. So how this all ties in back to modern days? Pedro and Chavez and Maduro were Simón Bolívar fans, not in the pattern there. And José Manuel Restrepo is a descendant of Santander, who was Bolívar's friend and actually had some standards. The fact that a Santander descendant eventually rose to a position of power and put in their place to a bunch of Bolivar fanboys is historical karma. Not bad. Restrepo himself is also very respectful of our constitution, to follow the laws, to follow the constitution and respect it and stuff. So that doubles the karma on a Santander descendant putting in their place to a bunch of Simón Bolívar fans. Thank you for listening to my history talk. Because when it comes to the Constitution, boy, if Petro fucking Petro wrote a bunch of promises on marble of stuff he wouldn't do if he won the elections, and he absolutely broke all of them. Particularly that he was always very eager about changing the Constitution. And in the last couple of years of his administration, he was hell-bent on destroying our current constitution. So he said he totally wasn't going to stay in power. No, it wasn't for him to stay in power. It was to ensure that social changes took effect and were permanent for the country's history and whatnot. No, he wasn't going to change the constitution to stay in power and eliminate the separation of powers. Totally not that. Nope, not at all. By the way, the Colombian constitution, our constitution is very recent, by the way. It's from 1991. Our constitution is probably one of the most beautiful, well put together constitutions you can find in the region. Like, our constitution is like it has been exalted and recognized for being very, very well thought out and put together. and he wanted to, and it has been celebrated as one of the better ones in the region, and he wanted to destroy it by forming a constituent assembly, so he could, among other things, destroy the separation of powers, because Petro fucking hated the separation of powers and to stay in power. Oh man. Oh, it would have been a cold. And he swore for years and during his campaign that he will not call for a constituent assembly, and he will not touch the constitution. But the moment his safety or his privileges or he was in threat in any way, he loved, and he still loves calling for the constitution to protect his rights and whatnot. People rightfully call him out, like, the constitution is only good when it's convenient for you, huh? It's bad because it doesn't let you stay in power, but it's good because it protects you on your former president status or ensuring your rights. You seem you are all too eager to acknowledge the constitution only when it's convenient for you. But well, aside from the risk of him running away because the Senate gave him permission to leave the country, because by the constitution he cannot leave the country. He cannot leave the country within the year after finishing his term without permission. At least that's over, and hopefully we can get back on track. And still again, very funny that a Santander descendant put a Simón Bolívar fanboy in his place. Let's see if I can go from here. Ah. Okay, fine. ¿Algo? Nada. Hope you enjoy my TED talk about our local former president. This may be the one stream I said I was going to have talking about him. And I did say that if I had that stream, it would go into the abyss. So if you intend to preserve this, better hurry. Please I showed you how's the meme? I showed you my I showed you my country's politics. Please respond. Nothing. Taruka. It's all females though. Lemeo. I know I shouldn't worry when chat goes to steal, especially because I'm I'm barely a two view, but with this talk I fear that I'm boring people or scaring people away. Again, I try to not be to not bring these issues often. I know the whole thing about kayfabe and distracting from politics and whatnot. Nice. Nah, many more than 60. Nah, I'm just not very chatty often. Thank you, Bob. Nah, many more than 62 in here right now. Wait, really? I'm mostly just listening while I play Crusaders Kings 3. Wait, how many are there? Oh shit, it really is 62. Hi everyone. I swear I don't always talk about this sort of stuff. I swear just that being where I am, or rather being where I'm from, and with everything's going on, it's good to talk about how things are going around here, and I needed to also give you some context. I appreciate people concerned about my safety. Me and my family are okay, we are. And yeah, I don't usually talk about this. I usually just talk about food, video games, and other general stuff. I think it was a hard shot. Ah, it was beautiful. I mean, many more than 2 in here right now. Oh, okay. But I typed a 6 for some reason. It's alright, Eric. So now there is no one to stop him from tweeting whatever he wants. He may well tweet himself to jail or worse. Moe Lurker, he tweeted a fucking diplomatic crisis. He also fucking due to his tweeting alerted, basically ruined military operations against commie terrorist groups because he was tweeting. He can't fucking keep his mouth shut. She's fibbing. She's a yab rabbit. And Bonnie sister wants me to ignore all of this because we're going through a tragedy. I am not ignoring it. I'm just not ignoring both. We are going through an emergency, but I'm not gonna forego the fact that I'm waiting for karma in the shape of the orange man to hit him. Especially with the fucking embezzlement of the disaster and emergency funds the embezzlement of the disaster and emergency funds. She kills cappies and doesn't afraid of politics and hates hippos. Nothing wrong with being concerned about your politics. Not just the embezzlement, also actively blocking international help from coming into the country. That's what pushed me over the fucking edge. Because that's exactly what was doing the fucking what's left of the regime in Venezuela. They were actually trying to stop or stealing the international help that was getting to Venezuela due to the earthquakes. It is the exact same MO. And Petro fucking loved Chavez and Maduro. He can't, even in his attempts to be a little dictator wannabe, he can't be original. He has to copycat the fucking copycats, because they were trying to copycat Simón Bolívar. Also, these politics aren't the everything everyone's saying the same thing over and over that gets tiring even if you agree with it. So yeah, I will try to donate or look for a way to help, to donate money or food or there he was, to donate or help people. Man. Diablos, it was a bad shot. Damn it. It's good to speak your mind. So yeah, Bonnie's sister insulting me for at least being concerned that the motherfucker doesn't get away with it. Really struck a nerve for me. Also, the best thing you can do is donate canned food and water. I never trust donating money. Too many thieves in this world. True. I'll talk to Bonnie Mama about looking for a way to donate food. Yeah, it's the false equivalency fallacy used to shut me up and insult me what really bothered me. Well, shit. Corre. And being called misinformed when she's the one that has admitted to not watch news and have no idea what's going on. May. Where's the bear? Again, and actively blocking help just because it made him look bad. Oh man, it would have been a gold. Glasses marking. Those who are too smart to engage in politics are punished by being governed by those who are dumber. Oh, it is common. Ah, we're almost getting there. Is this a base? Let's check it out. It's pretty close. I'm quoting Greek philosophers that I know by heart. I've become a boomer. I'm Ankh. Shit. The weird thing is that Bonnie's sister is a lawyer, and where she works, she is close to the ins and outs of how like politics, movement, and government works. So she kinda doesn't see the news because like she doesn't want to be depressed and that kind of shit, but also has been doom scrolling about the earthquakes and chides me for being uninformed because I don't know how things work, but she won't tell me how things work anyway. Yep. Come on. Let me in. There we go. Honey, I'm home. We're here. It's an outpost. Let's go. So yeah, I was wondering why hasn't Petro left the country if he already has the permission. He already got permission from the Senate to do so. Then I remember the whole OFAC thing. He's not the president anymore, so he doesn't have free rides in the presidential plane. He does not have diplomatic immunity. And while the order hasn't been given, at any second, the U.S. could publish the warrant on his ass. So if he's out of the country while that happens, they're gonna clap him ASAP if he gets out of the country, because now that he's a private citizen, he doesn't have those free rides. He cannot buy a plane ticket to go wherever he wants, kinda like that. Baby jail. So yeah, I should have thought about it, but yeah, he cannot buy plane tickets, so his soul. Oh man, it was a bad shot. What's wrong with me today? Actually, I'm gonna check his Twitter. I'm pretty sure he's still here. He's been unable to get out. He is terminally online, and he fucking loves posting about his trips or where he's going. No news that crash out. Doesn't seem like he's out of the country. Nope. Again, he loves posting. He loves posting when he's traveling. Did you see that there was news on Warhammer 40k Amazon series? No, I didn't. Give me the news, Eric. Fill me up. Good news? I hope it's good news. What was the news? Gimme! Did I get the vicuña? I think I did. I'm gonna have to go back. It feels like good news, but as with all things, it's wait and see. Okay. It's moving forward. Henry Cavill is leading creative producer and will be lead role, and is working with renowned horror director Mike Flanagan, who is also in creative with him. Oh, nice. Wait and hope, but that's looking good. This is all fantastic news, as Warhammer 40k should always be done as horror. Good call. May the God Emperor protect Henry and his crusade for making 40k justice. Hello, Taruka. Damn it, I think it was a bad shot. Mike Flanagan is a great mind for horror as well, and has helped create some really great high-quality series on Netflix. The Haunting of Hill House and Bly Manor and Midnight Mass. I will have to check those. I will have to check those. He's really only second to Guillermo del Toro for horror these days, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm one of those Guillermo del Toro fans. I like Guillermo del Toro. At least his work, he's very good with his work. Good mind for monsters and whatnot. Damn it. It would have been a gold. My shots are way off tonight. Next to a really high quality, high dollar Warhammer 40k series, the one thing I like to see most is Guillermo del Toro directing Lovecraft movies. I wish del Toro hadn't given up on directing a video game. But he has trauma with that, so unlikely he'll ever try that again. Yeah. Every time he got involved in a video game project, shit went downhill. Almost like a cosmic plaything. We're almost there. We're almost there. Well, see if we can. Oh, is there a better Taruka, perhaps? Beep, 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 beep. Nice. All in all, I guess I should have learned by this point to try to stop talking to Bonnie's sister about anything that isn't something skincare related. A cordial discussion or even just a kind correction is something impossible to ask from her. Hi Bonnie, what we hunting today? whatever we come across that looks like a good trophy. Urutori. Ow. Though again, it seems that she fell for the cult of personality or some of the gay ops propaganda during Petro's campaign. Wrong weapon. I think it was a good shot. Come on. Find it. Come on, find it, find it. I hear something. I hear a cat. I hear a big cat. Uh-huh. Better get ready. Here comes a good screech. I don't even know how I survived those 2 jaguar attacks. I need to up my game. I wasn't able to shoot the second one. Where's the Fato Cato? Fato Cato. Sounded like it was at the other side of this mountain. Can I? No. All right. Ooh, next. I think we can get here and call it a day. I want some cereal. I want to shower. What kind of cereal do you have? Milo cereal. I decided to go with Milo cereal today. Let me look for a picture. I'm not familiar with it. Let me show you a picture. It's a choco cereal, basically. It's this one. Choco cereal, pretty good. Also because I wanted flips and but they didn't have flips at the supermarket, so wanna try something a bit different for a change. Tasty, looks like cocoa puffs. Man, I hope Asha comes back soon. Not gonna lie. It's fun to have... Well, Lurker is here too, but kinda funny when I said the thing in Spanish and Asha was, no, don't translate it, don't translate it. Great, now I'm yawning too. They're contagious. Well, I'm sorry. Never heard of those cereal? It is pretty good. It is the cereal version of a mix to prepare choco milk. Pretty nice. Let's hunt a fato cato. Big cat means big trouble. I think it was a bad... No, it was a good shot. Let's go. Game. No. Uh-oh, rip cat. So yeah, at this point, lesson learned. Don't talk anything about her that isn't anything. Don't talk to her about anything that isn't Korean skincare, because anything else she'll treat me like an idiot. Like she'll treat me like a misinformed idiot. Oh, damn it. Man, I'm really missing my shots today. Oh. Man, my neck is... It shows how I lost my streaming muscle, that my neck is hurting from watching between my two screens. It hurt at first when I got the second monitor, but then I got used to it, and now it's back to hurting again. Meow. Hunting pumas is a bit easier. They're not as attack happy as the jaguars. Fato Cato. I wonder. Let me do a thing. Puma. The wind is helping, so we should be in a good position to get a shot on whatever puma is nearby. By the way, and Bonnie's sister does this when today I just gifted her a pair of earbuds, heart-shaped earbuds. Churulman's right. She does not deserve out of season birthday gifts. Pato Cato, come on. Where's the Fato Cato? Fato Cato. Where's the Cato? If only there were a decent bush I could hide in. It's only... Maybe it was beyond 200 meters. Let's continue. Come on, Karane. We're almost there. Which I just remember, I need to get back on the Blurrito farm in Space Marine 2. I really want that new rifle. So close yet so far. Getting the drip for the Emperor is important, but I want to be efficient. And I want a noise rifle. I've heard the rifle is bad. I haven't gotten it yet. Really? I'm gonna have to see that for myself. Oh, I'll take it. Let's see. Minor.
Any with a decent score? 226, 196. That one's good. Ow. No, nice antlers on that one. That one's gotta be a goal. Oh, tarucas. That one looks pretty good. Oh, come on. No! Fucking hell. Ah. Shit, I'm out of my game. 100%. Got too cocky, got too greedy. We're almost there. Home sweet home. Save. Nice home. Now, this.
So, I hear from the locals that you're helping them out a lot. Did you know that they were skeptical of this whole notice board thing?
I actually didn't know.
I am glad that you've been changing their minds. And to prove it, I have a gift for you. I've stored it for safekeeping in my office because it packs a punch. Here, let me send you the directions.
All right. Really, 3 kilometers, man? Oh, it's here. We can get it. Maybe, if not for the cougars and jaguars.
Welcome! Make yourself at home. And don't mind the mess. Okay, the gift should be somewhere in a weapon cache. I confiscated it from a poacher who called himself Baden.
Baden. Is this a reference to a previous reserve? Where's my gift? Where's my gift? Where's my gift, sir? I was promised something. I haven't changed the let's see. Yet another stat. What's yet another stat? Hello, a bit of hunty. I'm actually just wrapping up. The guy said he had something for me, but I don't see it. I'm gonna have to check. Oh, that's nice. Oof, 100 recall, that's rough. Grand hair?
良い努力です。もっと励むように。
Do they have a bow in this? They do, Rutori. Yeah, there's bows. Thank you, I study 15 months of thraldom. They see me thralling. They hate it. Thank you, I study. Oh, that's nice. I don't know what you had for me, but I cannot find it. I swear I'm not blind. Let's see. Ah, dollar reverse draw? What's the dollar reverse draw? Yeah, there's both. Ah, it's this one. The dollar reverse draw CB is a powerful, compact, and modern pistol crossbow. Its reverse draw mechanism ensures high speed and energy with a lot of power stroke. The balanced design with weight concentrated towards the grip enhances aim. A quick reload allows you to quietly take down small to medium game at short ranges, making it an indispensable hunting companion. I have to equip it, fine. Cross point, reverse draw. Weapons.
What do you think? Pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of this one. It's perfect for quiet kills against small and medium animals. And it's light, so perfect to bring with heavier rifles. Actually, do you have a minute? I have a shooting range set up outside my office right now. Sure,
That's
I
nice.
could talk on and on, but I think the best way to explain the Dahler is for you to try it yourself.
Come on, man. Crossbow bolt.
Range 45 meters in... Not a fan of that. I don't like getting too close to my target. Pistol crossbow? That sounds painful. Let's see. And we go here and I can't? Oh yeah, it's done.
Now, I only have flip targets set up. They aren't good for the health of the balls, but for now, they'll do. Take a deep breath and aim down one of the targets.
It's that one? Oh,
Good. There are some scopes available for the Dakhler if you're having trouble with aiming.
nah, I think I'm good. Up.
Bravo! You'll be shooting down animals in no time.
Not bad, but
Keep in mind that the Dakhler has a very short range compared to rifles. I wouldn't recommend being more than 50 meters away from your target. Also, the bolts do not expand like bullets do, so your aim needs to be precise. But it's a sneaky weapon and won't spook nearby animals like a gunshot will. I would take it myself if my house wasn't full.
nah.
That should cover the basics of the Dakhler. But if you really want to master the crossbow, then try these hunting challenges.
I'm sorry, man, but I'm just not a fan of... If it had a...
Maria, are you at the sanctuary?
God damn it.
No, I'm still at the climate conference. Why do you ask?
Because I just picked up some movement by the sanctuary. And I know that our hunter is still at my office.
I don't imagine that anything has happened, but we can send our hunter to make sure.
Alright. None of these have an effective range of more than 45. I don't like having to get so close to shoot something. Yep, not my thing. Okay, let's see who can we raid. Leave you with... I'm gonna leave you with Rico Kumai. Say hi to Rico for me, and I'll see you all next time. Bye bye, bye bye. And for the hunt, thank you, Eric. Thank you, Eric, Azari, Urutori. Moy Lurker, Iron Bob. Thank you, everyone. Bye bye bye.